We're going to get started here in just a moment. You're in the right place. This is going to be really eye-opening for you, seeing just how far we've come with this new AI technology, as we call it. All right, so I'm here to update you on two world-changing items. All right, I didn't call this event to update you on tiny little changes. No, I called this event so that you could get up to speed with two really important changes. So we're going to get right into it. All right, could you please type a two in the chat if you can see my screen? Just need a couple twos. All right, amazing. Thank you so much. Now that I know everything's rocking and rolling, I'd like to welcome everyone to the presentation titled How to Future-Proof Your Teenager's Education in the Face of New AI Advancements. Oh my gosh, the world is changing. You can feel it, can't you? You can see it a little bit in your workplaces, can't you? All right. So, my hope is to bring you up to speed with two very important topics that we're going to discuss here in just a moment. These are world-changing ideas and things that are not theory that are happening in artificial intelligence right now. So here's my agenda for today. All right. I hope to make a big impact in your life in three specific ways. Number one, I hope to provide you with a little bit of clarity. Wouldn't it be nice if you understood even what's happening today? That way you could be up to speed, understand how smart AI is and how it impacts your child's or your teenager's future career paths. That'd probably help you save tens of thousands of dollars in wasted college education, wouldn't it? If you were more well equipped, all right? That's one of my goals here today for us. Number two, I hope to share with you the biggest opportunities that I see in AI for teenagers to actually get ahead. All right, these are tremendous advantages that weren't available just a few months ago. I'm going to explain why this time it's actually very different. And number three, I hope to provide you with a little bit of confidence. Okay, no one wants to live in this world with uncertainty all the time. That's a terrible way to live. It makes you feel like you don't know what's happening and you don't know how to make the right decisions. Well, none of that. I'm going to help us to create a little bit of certainty about your teenager's education and the future. All right. So I know those are some really big feats that we have to accomplish here together, but I think we can do it. All right. But here's what I need from you. I need you to be focused and engaged. We're here together. There's 308 people right now. That's amazing. All right, take notes. That'll probably help you all quite a bit in order to solidify what you're learning. And most importantly, commit to taking just a little bit of action, right? Because knowledge without you doing anything about it is not very helpful, right? We got to do something with the knowledge. So, my name is Devi Shrestha. I'm the founder CEO of StarterSchool.com. We work with thousands of teenagers, over 6,000 teenagers, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of teenagers that I talk to on a daily basis, and I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm an engineer, and I was one of the first 500 people to get access to ChatGPT back in the summer of 2020. Okay, take a look at this screenshot. This is Greg Brockman, the president and co-founder of OpenAI. Okay, the company that made ChatGPT. And so I was getting onboarded along with 500 other, tech leaders back during the lockdown. So yeah, 2.5 years before the whole world. And I do one of these presentations every single year. The last time I did a presentation like this was in September. So I'm having to do one much more frequently now. That's how rapidly this stuff is evolving. In fact, the last one, Laura said that the presentation was eye-opening and that every parent needs to see this. And I agree with her. Yes. Terry said that she had never really thought about the impact of AI until I had explained it as simply as I did. Right? I'm going to boil things down. No tech jargon. This is going to be simple so that you can understand how to actually make intelligent decisions as your kids are growing up. So here's what we're going to be covering in our short time together. All right, we got four important topics. Number one, how smart is this AI thing here in 2026? Okay, I think you'll be pretty mind blown how far things and how fast things have gotten. Number two, the AI disruption that's happening right now. Okay, there are two main world-changing topics that I need to get you up to speed on. These are not tiny little changes. These are world-changing ideas. So that's going to be very eye-opening for you as well. The third section is probably the most important if you have teenagers. All right, I'm going to explain the opportunity that I see for teens. Now, guys, I work with thousands of teenagers. This is where my brain is at. So, yeah, I've identified a few opportunities for your kids. So that's really important that you are there, especially if you have teens. And then finally, how your teenager can win in this new AI future that they are growing up in. So let's go ahead and kick things off. All right. I want to kick things off with a little poll. Okay, let me figure out how to get the poll working here. Okay, here it is. All right, take a look at your screen. Do you see the poll? It says, "What's your experience with AI?" I want you to answer that question. Are you a complete beginner? Maybe you've never used ChatGPT. Are you a beginner? Maybe you've used ChatGPT daily or weekly. Maybe you're intermediate. You're paying for an AI subscription. Or maybe you're advanced using Claude Code, Codex, anti-gravity. Maybe you're a nerd like me. Okay, so don't answer in the chat, my beautiful people. Do answer in the poll on your screen. Okay, you should see a poll somewhere on your screen. Okay, there's about 377 of y'all here. That's amazing. So I'll just give it a few minutes here so that everyone has the opportunity. All right, we're going to be closing out the poll in five, four, three, two, one. Okay, let me share the results with you here. Okay, so 14% of y'all are complete beginners, never use ChatGPT. Oh my gosh, I am about to absolutely awaken something inside of you that's going to be frightened, excited, all the different emotions. Okay. Number two, 48% of y'all are beginners. Maybe y'all use ChatGPT daily or weekly. That's awesome. Super useful if you know how to use it correctly, right? I encourage you to keep doing that. 32% of you guys are paying for an AI subscription. That's amazing. You're getting so much value out of that 20 bucks, aren't you? You're probably using it for all sorts of stuff. And then we've got 6% of y'all that are the nerds like me. Okay, I'm sure you and I could geek out about this at another point in time. So let me go ahead and stop sharing that. All right, let's go ahead and kick this off. I need to get the complete beginners up to speed just real quick. Give me 2 minutes. Let me get the complete beginners up to speed. So, the aha moment for me was back in July of 2020 when I got access to ChatGPT. I was one of the first 500 people to get access to ChatGPT, right? 2.5 years before it was released. But when it was released, that's when the whole world started realizing, whoa, this AI stuff, it's actually pretty important. Right? That happened November 30th of 2022. So take a look at the scores. All right, take a look at the scores. Back in 2023, it was scoring in the 88th percentile. All right, 88th percentile of the law school admissions test. That's pretty good. That's 88% better than humans, right? Now, the SATs, it was scoring in the top 93rd percentile. That was in 2023. 93rd percentile. That's amazing, right? That's better than me. The SAT math, that's in the top 89th percentile. Okay. And what about the AP test? You guys may be familiar with the AP test. If you're not, the highest score that you can get is a 5. And it's a test that high school seniors, high school juniors take to get college level credits. So back in 2023, it was scoring 5s and 4s across the board on all these different subjects. That's amazing. The highest score you can get is a 5. But that was 2023. Okay. We're in a different period here today. Let's get up to speed with where we are. All right. 3 years later. I call this level 5. All right. Let me explain how smart these models have gotten. Take a look at your screen. They had to literally create tests because it kept acing all of the human tests. Okay. In fact, there's a couple that you need to know about. One is called the GPQA Diamond. All right. This is PhD level questions. All right. GPQA stands for Google Proof Question and Answer. All right. These are questions so hard that even PhD experts with Google are going to struggle to answer. So it showed us whether AI could actually think through hard problems or not instead of just looking things up, right? It became one of the most important ways to measure how smart AI models are. Think of these as those really long, questions in your science class in high school, except PhD level. Now, it's scoring 93% of the questions correctly on PhD level questions, by the way. That's amazing. 93% correct? That's insane, actually, isn't it? Right? So, yeah, things are moving quite fast. It's not just as smart as a high school senior now. It's probably at like a PhD level intelligence. Now, the second exam that they had to create was called the GDP val. You need to know about this one too. It's super important. Okay, the GDP val was created October 2025, just a few months ago, by the company that made ChatGPT. All right. And now, since it was acing even PhD level tests, it was the first attempt to measure if AI could actually do different tasks to prepare, that actual normal people do for at their jobs. So the conversation shifted from, hey, can AI pass a test to now, hey, can AI actually do your job? So that's really important, isn't it? Right? And so it's scoring about 74% of the questions correctly. It's doing 74% of the tasks correctly. Now, that's not an A by any means, right? That's still quite a long way from being perfect. But just a few months ago, it was at 38%. That's pretty incredible. So just in a few months, they were able to train this new AI to double its score. And so where do you think this is going? Do you think it's going to get better or worse? Right? Of course, it's going to get better. In fact, there's several different other tests that they had to create in advanced reasoning, advanced mathematics, even software engineering. In fact, we're going to be talking about that when I talk about the two big disruptions in the next section. So take a look at your screen, actually. Let's dive into the software developing exam. Okay. There's this popular website called Code Forces. This is the website where coders go to take exams and, complete those, uh, test questions, problems, and you get ranked, right? You get ranked in this ranking system. And a really good score, you're an expert if you're getting 1600 to 1900. That's amazing. I would love to be an expert, right? A 2100 to a 2300, you're considered a master. That sounds awesome. I would love to be a master. 2400, 2600, that's a grandmaster. You hear about grandmasters in like chess. Those are people in the top of the world chess, right? Or what about a legendary grandmaster? Oh my gosh, that sounds like the greatest person on planet Earth at the thing that you're doing, right? So where is AI scoring in all of this? Where do you think, huh? How far do you think it's scoring? Is it a master? Is it an expert? Is it a grandmaster? Well, actually, it's currently scoring as an international grandmaster. It's better than 99.9% of humans. Okay. But who cares that it can take tests and answer questions? No one cares, right? I want to know what you can do with this, right? I'm going to explain that in the very next section. I'm going to show you what you can do with this intelligence, right? Actually, just a few months ago, Google released something called Gemini 3.1. Okay, take a look at the date here. February 12th. That's just a couple months ago, right? That's not too long ago. Their AI was able to score in the 3400s. Oh my gosh. That puts it at the legendary Grandmaster level, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. And that's scary. And I'm going to show you what you can do with this. So, okay, so the point here is that these technologies have gotten really smart, right? So smart. So let's talk about what's possible now. Okay. It's not a joke. It's not a fad. Yeah, it's actually concerning and it affects the global economy. It affects the education that people are going into. It affects the different types of career paths that people are going into. So let's get into the AI disruption, shall we? All right, these are two big updates. The reason that I called this event in the first place, I need to get you up to speed on this so that you can better lead your family, so that you don't waste tens of thousands of dollars picking the wrong path for your kids or them picking the wrong path, and you have no idea that these careers are changing quite a bit. All right, so let's get into it. The first big update you need to know about is that you can now use these things called AI workers to accomplish tasks for you online. Okay, what do I mean by that? In other words, the computer can now be instructed to complete tasks for you. You couldn't do this before. You couldn't do this before. You couldn't just give your computer instructions, right? No, you have to press all the buttons, type all the keys. All right, let me show you a demo. Would you like to see a demo? I think that would help you quite understand what this is capable of. I think that would help. All right, so I recorded a demo for you guys. I sped it up so that we didn't have to sit there watching it for 5 minutes, okay? Here's the instructions that I gave to it. I told our AI friend to go onto my LinkedIn profile and to search for other educational technology founders, just like myself, right? I'm founder CEO of starterschool.com, and I want to connect with other educational technology company founders. So let's go ahead and watch this. All right, let me make sure the sound is on. Okay, here we go.
I've instructed Claude to log into my LinkedIn, reach out to 3 people in the edtech space with a message that says, hey, I have a mastermind for edtech founders, let's connect. So now it has auto-Googled edtech founder here. It's found several edtech founders. I have basically told it the message that I want to send, which is, hello, I'm putting a mastermind together for edtech founders. I own starterschool.com, let's connect. So what it's doing is it's sending the request to the browser. The browser is going to be controlled, and now it's doing each part of this. I did not click this. It auto-clicked it itself, and now it is filling out this information. Great. It just sent out its first connection request. It says here, the connection was sent successfully. So now it's doing the next person. It didn't have a connect button by this person's name, so it had to actually think about how to do this. It clicked on its profile, it clicked on the connect button just now, and now it knows what to do here. It's going to click add a note. Okay, so the Rod Clarkson connection was sent. Now he says, let me press the back button. Great. So it's connected with Meng Ting, and now it's going to go to William McCoy next. Yep, clicked on William McCoy. It's going to press more. Okay, so that was done. Now we've sent out 3 connection requests. All done. Connection request was sent successfully.
So what you just saw is something that literally wasn't possible just a few months ago. Okay, I don't want to breeze over this like it was nothing. Let me just make that very clear. The AI can now be instructed to complete tasks for you. All right, this is world changing, isn't it? If you think about the application of this, being able to use a computer, how many people use a computer for their work on a daily basis? A lot of people. And in fact, I recorded this little demo to just show you what's possible, how it kind of works, right? I didn't actually expect this to, you know, I didn't expect any one of those people to respond to me, but actually someone did respond to me. Remember that William McCoy gentleman? He said, I'm happy to connect. And now we have a meeting scheduled for next Friday. That's amazing. Did I just create an opportunity for myself? I think so, right? I created an opportunity myself. And by the way, this isn't just some random person off the street. He's a former superintendent, right? This is like one of the heads of a school district. So yeah, as an educational technology company, I would love to connect with him, right? And who knows where that would take me. All right, maybe I create an opportunity. So the point here is that these AI workers can now run in the background and accomplish tasks for you. Does that make sense, guys? Just like apps run in the background, right? You have Spotify and YouTube and all these different apps that run on your phone in the background. Now you can have intelligence that runs in the background, accomplishing tasks for you. Now you got to be capable enough to direct it properly, right? You don't want it to just, you know, do random work. That wouldn't make any sense. You want it to be pushing you towards some sort of goal that you have, right? So you got to be capable enough to direct it properly. Okay? But now I want you to imagine this. Imagine instead of just one of these AI workers doing something for you, imagine you got 4 of them now, each doing something different. That'd be kind of cool, right? Or what if you had even more? What if you had 8 of them, right? That'd be amazing. Oh my gosh, what if you had even more? What if you had even more, right? Now, guys, this isn't theory. You might be thinking, oh, Davish, that's cool. All these AI workers working for you, that's a cool story, but that's not really possible. No, it is. And it's happening right now. It's happening right now. Take a look at your screen. This is the CEO of a $10 billion company called Zapier. He says, we now have more AI agents than employees. AI agents is a fancy Silicon Valley word for AI workers. Guys, he has 800 employees. He now has more of these AI workers running, doing tasks for him in the background. So yes, it's happening right now. And what do you think is going to happen? Are these trends going to accelerate, or is it just going to stay here and no more people are going to find out about this? Yeah, it's going to accelerate, isn't it? The trend is just going to continue growing. Not many people know about this. In fact, if you're learning about this right now, you're probably in the top 30, 40 million people in the whole wide world that know about what's happening. People aren't paying attention, but you are because you're maybe open-minded. Maybe you understand that these things have impact and you're trying to stay ahead of it. So for that, congratulations, all right? You're one of the top 1% of people that probably know about this. So the point here is that you need less people to accomplish the same thing. Yes? You understand that? Does that make sense? You need less people to accomplish the same thing now. All right. So that also means that smaller teams can do more. All right. I'm going to hint at this when we talk about what's possible for your teenagers in just a moment, just a few moments. All right. So if you've ever seen the cartoon character with a bunch of different arms and a bunch of different tools, that's the type of person we can become if we learn how to use these new technologies with these new AI workers, each doing a different task for you, right? Now, does this affect jobs? Does this mean jobs are in trouble? Right? Yes, they are. And no, also they're not. Yes, they're in trouble. Entry level jobs are in trouble. Entry level jobs are in trouble because why would you hire someone straight out of college with no experience at all and pay them 50, 60, 70, 80, $100,000 when maybe one of your senior executives can just use one of these new AI workers to accomplish that same task? Why would you spend all that money when maybe you could get it done for a thousandth of the cost, right? So yes, entry level jobs are in trouble. They're in big trouble, actually. I'm quite concerned about college students and teenagers right now, which is why I'm doing this event to try to help y'all understand what's coming down. But no, also, jobs are not just going to disappear. Entry level jobs are not going to just disappear. They're going to be more competitive, 100%. They're going to be way more competitive. But there's also going to be new industries, new jobs, new roles that show up. And so we may talk about that at the very end during Q&A. So that's a big update number one. The AI can now be instructed to control a computer. Very world changing, isn't it? Now, big update number two is in the world of coding. We talked about how smart this AI thing was at coding, right? Well, what do you think that means? What do you think that means that it can code so well and score so high? Well, I'm going to show you. All right. Coding is not a safe job anymore. Oh my gosh. Guys, don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger here. All right? Let me prove it to you. Let me prove this to you for all y'all because we all thought AI was not going to be good at coding, right? At least I thought that. But nope, I was wrong. Remember when I said AI was a grand master at coding? All right, let me show you. Let me show you. Would you like to see a demo? Yeah, that would be pretty helpful, wouldn't it? Let me show you a demo. All right, so it's just some background on me. I am not a coder. I'm not a developer. I got my degree in electrical engineering, but I'm not a coder. Right? I'm not good at it. And I was able to build several different applications. Let me show you one of them. One of them is called Internship Hunt. Okay, let me share my screen here. So, Internship Hunt is a tool that my students use inside of Starter School. We help them get internships that are never ever posted on job boards. And so, I'm not a coder and I created this. I'm going to click Get Started. Oh, that's cool. It's like a little sign-in feature, right? Like something that real apps have. Well, this is a real app and I built it. So let me go ahead and sign in. Oh my gosh, this looks like an actual application that someone built. Well, it is a real application and I built it. All right, so let me show you how it works. Students enter in their zip code right here. So let me just go ahead and run one of the previous searches. And so they can find business owners. They can hit the inspect button. It'll go and scour the web and it'll find their contact information. So right here, found Alloy Growth Partners here in Austin, Texas. And it found the CEO, their email, their direct email. And so what students can do is click the pitch button now, and it'll automatically open up Gmail in in another tab. It'll put their email there, and it'll take some template that the student creates in the template section. So a lot of very useful features, right? And by the way, there's a credit system here. And once I run out of credits, guess what? It's going to ask the user, hey, now you got to pay $20 to try to, to continue to use the app because it costs money to run all these searches. So the point here is that I was able to build all of this, and I'm not a coder. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Now, guys, how long do you think it took me to make this? How long do you think it took me to make this? A few weeks? Maybe a couple months? No. I built this in about 4 hours. That's insane. 4 hours. That's like the time some of y'all take naps for, right? Right? That's amazing. You can do this in less than one day, right? And so this is what's possible now that AI is so good at coding. And by the way, I could actually turn this into turn this into an app, right? And I could sell this for $20 a month, $40 a month, but I'm not going to do that. I'm quite busy. And yes, people are here, Mr. Carlos. This is live. There's 486 of y'all here. Okay. So let me go ahead and sign out and let me show you another tool that I built. And by the way, this would have previously taken me 3 months to build. It would have cost $25,000 to build this. And that's if you hire from India. That's $25,000 if you hire from somewhere like India. Now, if you hired from the US, that would have taken like $70,000 or $80,000 to build this, and it would have taken months and months and months. But I built it in about 4 hours. Here's another tool. It's called Frame Check. So inside of my company starter school, we have two video editors, we have one creative director managing them, and we were previously using a tool called Frame.io. They were acquired by Adobe for $1.2 billion in 2021. Now, I basically built a replacement of this and I did it in about 3 hours. So check this out. Okay, I was paying $150 or $160 for this. I built it one morning and I said, you know what, I could do this. I can build this. So I created this application where our video editors can actually take notes right here about changes that we want in this video. And the editors use this as a to-do list. It also houses all of our project files. It creates a to-do list for different team members, right? And I built it and I replaced a tool that Adobe literally paid $1.2 billion for. Now, could I actually compete with Adobe if I wanted to? I could, couldn't I? Because it's so easy to create apps like this, I could actually undercut them or try to outpromote them or try to create some new features that they're not using that would be valuable. I could do that, but I'm not going to. I'm busy. I've got enough stuff on my plate, right? I'm not going to start a new business and compete with Adobe, but this is really important, especially if you have teenagers, right? We're going to talk about why in the next section. And that's just a couple examples. I have built tens of apps over the last few months that are useful in my day-to-day workflow. In fact, I've built a tool. It took me about 2 days. This one was a bigger project, 2 days, right? But it replaced four other tools that I was paying probably $200, $300 a month in total for. All right. So yes, this stuff is actually so good that it's letting me build custom apps for my students, for my team from scratch. Very, very easy. Okay. So what does all this mean? What does all this mean? It means that anyone in the world can now build software businesses. Okay. That's a big thing. There are no more barriers to entry. There was a lot of barriers to entry into that world, right? We used to think you had to be a genius to be a coder. Nope, not anymore. You don't have to be a genius to be a coder. That's a really big deal, isn't it? Now, it also means that there's fewer entry-level opportunities for software engineers. Do you see that? Do you see how there's going to be fewer entry-level opportunities? Entry level? Because now the cost to create software has reduced by 1,000x. 1,000x, literally. Take a look at what my business partner sent me a few months ago. He said, the past 2 weeks working with Claude Code, I have found a new workflow and new ways of getting the AI to do what I want. Since this is working so well, I don't think we'll be needing any new software engineers for a while. My productivity has increased a ton. I am developing new features at light speed and making sweeping changes across the app, fixing things long forgotten and revamping entire systems. Oh my gosh. He said, since this is working so well, I don't think we'll be needing any new software engineers. That's pretty cool, right? In fact, take a look at what one of the Facebook engineers said. This is one of the first 10 engineers at Facebook. He said, I spent a lot of time over the weekend writing code with Claude, and it was very clear that we will never ever write code by hand again. It doesn't make any sense to do so. He said, write code by hand, as if you're driving a manual stick shift car, right? So the point here is that coding will never be the same again. Does that make sense to you? Are you seeing this? Right? And the cool part is none of this stuff is hard. It's actually super easy. I could teach all of y'all how to do this in less than 90 minutes. You just need to know how. And the good news is that this is the opportunity for your teenager. This is the opportunity that allows them to show up to the party early and pick whatever opportunity that they have in front of them. And in fact, there's been a new release. There's a new AI model called Mythos. This thing is getting smarter and smarter every single month. The previous generation, the one that we're all excited about, that was scoring 80% of the software engineering test questions correctly. That's amazing. Now it is 94%. Oh my gosh. This stuff is accelerating. It's completely destroying the need for entry-level software engineers because it is way better than even the most senior human developers. Okay, so we'll be talking about all this much more in the third section. So let's continue with the fun that we're having. Okay, let's continue with the fun that we're having. Guys, I got a question for you. All right, look at your screen. Take a look at your screen. Which one of these is AI generated image? One or two? Enter that into the chat for me. Which one of these is AI generated? Huh? Is it number one or is it number two? Ah, we got a split room. Some of y'all saying one, some of y'all saying two. I wonder which one's right. Well, the answer is that they're both AI generated. We can't tell anymore. We can't freaking tell anymore. What the heck? What about this one? Let's see if we can do a little bit better on this one. Which one of these is AI generated? One, two, or three? Maybe we can do better on this one. Maybe you can figure out exactly which one. That's funny seeing all the comments in the chat here. Some of y'all are getting smarter. You're like, I bet you this one's another trick question. Well, yes, all three of them are also, in fact, AI generated. We can't tell anymore. This stuff is indistinguishable from reality, right? We used to be able to tell very, very easily when something was AI generated for videos. Take a look at how obvious this is. We can smell it out. We can sniff it out very, very easily. Listen to this.
This amazing supplement has completely
We don't need to listen anymore. We can already tell, can't we? Something's off about it. Something's very weird. The lighting, the person, right? The voice. But what about this one? Can you tell if this one is AI generated?
Okay, confession time. Everything you see right now, this face, my voice, it's all artificial intelligence. Pretty convincing, right?
Oh my gosh. You would have fooled me. That would have fooled me 100%. That would have fooled me 100%. So the point is, AI content is now indistinguishable from reality, right? So yeah, this is going to change a few industries digitally, isn't it? Yeah. So let's take a look at real-time video. Maybe some of y'all have seen this, maybe some of y'all haven't. Let me give you some background information here in this video I'm about to play. This girl with a towel over her head in her bathtub, that's the human. This is her AI avatar. Let me go ahead and play this.
What's your excuse not to film content now? This is me right now, but this is my AI avatar. I don't even have to wear makeup, to dress up, I can even be in my bathtub. But my avatar is gonna look amazing and presentable.
She said, I don't have to wear makeup or dress up, but my AI avatar is going to look incredible. That's awesome, right? We can see a lot of different uses for this, but it's also a little concerning, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sure you can also see how this can be used inappropriately. Yeah, right? So, yeah, we're going into the future where things are a little uncertain. Even video effects, you guys, video effects can be created so easily by anyone now. Previously, you would have needed to hire a video editor that has 5 years experience and pay them $10,000 per month, but not anymore. We have access to Hollywood style editing video effects now for 20 bucks a month. Check this out.
Real me, and this is an AI replacement. The background is real, the AI character is not. But we can flip it. Real person, AI background. You can do crazy visual effects.
See, these crazy visual effects, that's just the scratching the surface of what's possible. So is this changing maybe Hollywood? Yeah, it is. AI animations is changing quite rapidly. You can do amazing stuff with AI now with animations. Okay, I'm going to play a quick 30-second video clip of some of the best that I have seen. All right, check this out. Now, everything you're about to see was created by one person in about 4 days. Okay. Now, it is a little intense, so I'm sorry in advance if it's too intense for you, but it is a lot of action fight scene. All right, check this out.
간발의 타이가
We got a 34 coming over at the intersection of Jennings Street and Prospect Avenue. By to the job, it's advising male assaulted, $6 Hispanic to male black. Took tools from the victim. あれは一体何なんだ引き起こせ
A little intense, but it's amazing, right? That one person created this. Previously, it would have taken a team of like 4 or 5 people working for a month at least to create something like this, right? So how is this even possible? How is that is AI generated? All right, well, let me explain. AI is so good at creating images now that you can create so many different scenes automatically just within few clicks of your keyboard. So you can have different scenes and you can choose which one that you really like. And you can press a button, and what you can do is it can generate the video of that image. And then you can put it all together. The human still has to be the architect, putting it all together, putting the voiceover, putting the sound effects, putting the music together. But you can kind of see how this, videos like this can be created, right? So previously, it took 5 years to create Toy Story. It took 10,000 people working full time to create Toy Story. What is the new cost of this? Well, we don't know yet. This stuff is so new. You're learning about this before 99.9% of the world wakes up, rolls out of bed, and pays attention to this stuff. We don't know the new cost, but I can bet you, I can guarantee you, it's 1,000, 10,000 times less than what it took to create Toy Story. Okay, advertising is changing. You no longer need to hire a studio with actors and good lighting and film equipment and scripts and to have multiple takes. Nope, AI can now create amazing corporate level advertising within just a few minutes. Product designers are changing. You no longer have to sketch your ideas. You can now generate a bunch of ideas. You can pick which ones you like. You can send it to the manufacturing department. Product design is gonna is going to this is going to allow a whole new set of startups to create and rapidly iterate on different designs. Graphic designers are in trouble big time. Guys, if your kids are thinking about learning Photoshop and spending 4 years being a master at that, not a good idea. Learning Photoshop now is going to be the equivalent as learning how to operate a fax machine. Okay, don't be mad at me. I'm just the messenger. Okay. In fact, I know this industry quite well. I used to live with a designer 8 years ago. His name was Jimmy. He used to create these poster art for concert venues and music festivals. But now he doesn't get as many calls anymore. Because why would they pay someone four, five, six, $7,000 to create one poster image when now some, anyone on their team can create something like this very, very easily. So I'm not saying don't go into graphic design. Please do allow them to pursue their passions. Don't stop them from pursuing their passions. No, I'm just saying don't spend 4 years becoming an expert at Photoshop or whatever tool, because now anyone can do this. It's very, very easy and simple. Financial analysis is changing quite rapidly. In fact, BlackRock just laid off 600 employees because they realized that one of these new AI tools can accomplish the task of 600 employees at 1,000th of the cost and much faster. So yeah, companies are learning how to use these to be more effective, be more efficient. So it's happening in the finance world right now. Data analysis is changing. You don't need to be a Python coder learning data science to create incredible understanding about data anymore. Nope, anyone can do this. It's quite good and accurate as well. This one's a weird one. Even influencer world is changing. Right? There's a monk influencer that has 2 million followers on Instagram, and half of their followers don't even know that this person's just AI generated. And this monk individual is selling ebooks and meditation retreats and all sorts of stuff. It's wild. I would have never guessed this, but this is where we are today. Even 3D modeling is changing. Does this affect engineers? Yes, absolutely, it affects engineers. Anything that can be done on a computer can now be quite better. You know, AI can do the task quite better than humans. Now, it's not there yet to where we can just put the stamp of approval on it very as soon as it gets done. No, you still need humans in the loop. And that's going to be here for years and years and years. Okay, I don't see humans being out of the loop just yet. Game design is changing. Okay, now game design is a lot easier because you can generate these different in-game assets very, very easily. In fact, Google released this new technology called Genie 3, and you can actually create different worlds, and you can move around in these different worlds as if it was a video game. So take a look at this dog or squirrel or whatever this thing is walking around this game world. You can kind of picture where this is headed, can't you? For video games, maybe you can shoot fireballs or something. Maybe you can jump and destroy enemies. I don't know, but that's coming right around the corner, and it's very easy to create stuff like this. Look at this. And that's just one game world. Another one could be a game where you're flying around in this little, I don't even know what this is called, but I'm sure some of y'all do. Okay. So even game design is changing. Okay. Even music. Oh my gosh. I would have never guessed this either. I thought creating music was this purely human thing. Nope. Turns out computers can generate music just as well as humans. All right. Listen to this and let me know if you think it's any good. All right. Maybe you don't want to like it, but maybe you can just be honest and let me know if it's any good.
Wander through the desert night, stars like ghosts, no end in sight. Dusty roads, the silence tight. Lose myself in this lost fight. Chasing shadows, they don't last. Memories of the distant past. Walking dreams that fade so fast. Strangers' faces I walk past. And
Some of y'all are negative Nancy's out there saying that's not a good song. Come on. This is a computer that made it. Can you at least give it props that a computer did that good? Okay. Gosh dang. All right. So yeah, it's incredible. And we don't want to like it, right? We don't want to. It's like, computer generated. I no. But honestly, it's pretty good. The beat was generated AI, the music was generated AI. So guys, let me just take a quick pause here. All right. I went to the gym before this. I chugged a lot of water before this. I got to go to the bathroom. So I'm actually going to jump into this next section where we talk about how all of this affects your teenager's education. But I'm going to take a quick little break here. Okay, that way you know that I am not AI. I got to use the bathroom. So I'm actually going to, actually, here's what I'm going to do. I've got a YouTube channel. If you want to keep up with some of these new AI tools and learn about it before the rest of the world does, I'm releasing weekly updates on this stuff. So I pasted a link to my YouTube channel. Go ahead, tap on that. Subscribe if you want to. All right, there's many people more entertaining than I am on YouTube, but maybe you want to keep up with some of this stuff. So I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get into talking about the opportunity that exists for teens. Okay, this is a really important section. So I'll be right back. You know what? I'm even going to play the rest of this song while I'm gone. Let's see. Here it is.
an endless journey to nowhere. Whispers in the midnight air. No destination out there, only moonlight's cold stare. Sunrise finds me half alive, yet another day to strive. Nothing more to feel inside, just a heart that's barely tight. Mountains high and valleys deep, silence speaks where secrets sleep. Souls a vigil I must keep, in this void my promise deep. Footsteps lost in sands of time, no more reason nor a rhyme. Echoes of a chimeless climb, in the nothing I still shine.
All right, all right. I'm back. Sorry about that. So let's continue on with the fun that we're having. There's a lot of different things that I skipped. I'll talk about at the end about how tax preparation, accounting is changing, content editing, translation, photography, fashion design, modeling, customer support, and even law. Okay, so I'm not saying that these jobs are going away, y'all. I'm saying that anything that is digital is going to be done by AI, and entry level opportunities are really going to be affected first. So, with that being said, let's head into this third section here. If y'all are on my YouTube page, let's jump back into this presentation because if you have teenagers, you need to understand what's happening and the opportunities that exist for teens specifically. Okay, so let's jump back into my slide here, y'all, and let's get into it. The big opportunity is that everyone in the world can do more with less resources, right? And who in the world doesn't have that many resources? Teenagers, right? They only have the resources that you give to them. Okay, so there's no more excuses anymore. I can't code. I don't have the money. I'm too young to start a business. Nope, no more excuses. Those are gone. Everybody, wave bye bye to the excuses. Bye, excuses. Bye, excuses. Because previously, there were a lot of excuses, right? You needed a lot of money to be able to create software or to do these amazing things. Nope, not anymore. You don't need the money anymore. In fact, $20 could get you so much in the new age of AI. Previously, maybe you needed skills, right? You had to go to college and learn all these different skills, and it would take years and years and years to master and be really good at. Or maybe if you didn't have the money, you didn't have the skills, but you knew the right people. That would help quite a lot, right? Having the right people, maybe the people that know how to do the thing you're trying to do. These were the previous requirements before AI got as smart as it did. But nope, not anymore. There are no more barriers to entry. All the excuses are gone. So, how big is this opportunity? Huh? Think about it. How big is this opportunity? Well, it depends on how you use it, right? If you use this thing like a little toy, guess what? You're not going to get that impressive of results, right? But maybe you can think about it from the world of one of my best friends. He's a sports medicine doctor. He has a little side hustle where he works with orthopedic clinics. Now, each client to him is worth literally $100,000 per year. So, yeah, it's in his best interest to reach out to more orthopedic clinics. And so, previously, there was a lot of manual outreach that he had to do. If he wanted to get a list of 200 orthopedic clinics, he would have to do 20 hours of research, 20 additional hours of outreach where he's emailing them, or hire someone to do that. But nope, not anymore. Setup takes about 10 minutes. You got to clearly define what you want the AI to do. And now you hit go. Maybe you go on a walk, you go to the gym, you sip on a margarita, you take a nap, and then you come back to your computer and the task is done after an hour. That's the first part. And then maybe you want it to do the outreach right then and there. You give it the instructions, you press a button, you go take your dog on a walk, maybe you go cook some dinner, you head back to your computer in about an hour, and it's scheduled all the emails to be sent out at a specific time sporadically throughout the week. And each client to him is worth $100,000 per year. So, yeah, the opportunity depends on how you use it, right? Just like anything, it depends on how you use it. And so, guys, as the founder of starterschool.com, I'm working with thousands and thousands of teenagers on a monthly basis. And so this is where my head's at, right? I'm thinking, okay, how can teenagers use this? How can they really get ahead by using this? What can they do that's productive so that they're not just using this as a toy? Okay. And I've come to the realization that all of these new technologies will allow them to do more than they've ever been able to do, ever, ever. It'll allow them to be more creative. It'll allow them to search for things that get them excited. And that's what we want, right? And in fact, there's something new that I have found after working with teenagers with AI. I have seen a new psychological impact on their brain that you need to know about. So y'all pay attention to this. This is really important. Okay? Let me give you an example, what I mean by all this. Imagine, you're going to the gym, right? It takes a few months to start seeing results, right? And then you get your first compliment. Oh, Janet, have you been going to the gym? Yeah, I have. Thank you, right? It takes like months to get to that exciting point where someone actually notices, or maybe you're working really hard and it takes you about a month. Okay. But the point is, it takes a while, right? And then once you get that compliment, it makes you want to keep going. It gets you excited to keep going, keep pursuing all of that, right? So that same thing is happening with AI. Because you can move faster with AI, because you can get to some sort of product in one work session, I am seeing kids, teenagers, so excited to continue on the next day and then the next day because they're getting the excitement of progress much faster. Because it doesn't take weeks and weeks and weeks of studying to figure out and get to some sort of useful end result. Now that they can use these different tools in so many unique ways, they can make progress much faster. And it signals to their brain that they want to keep going. That's really important, isn't it? And what that actually does is it creates a feedback loop like nothing I've ever seen before. I've been working with teenagers for the last 6 years. This is something that is so exciting because it ends up creating this incredible feedback loop. I'm good at it. I like to do it. I do it even more. I get even better. Guys, are you getting this? I want to pause right here. Type a 2 in the chat if you just understood what I've just said. The fact that you can make progress so much faster, it helps teenagers get excited and actually stay on track. They're not getting plateaued every few hours, right? You get stuck at something. Nope, that's not happening. You're not getting stuck at anything because these new AI tools can actually help you break past those barriers much faster. So it's unlocking within themselves the ideas and their ability to take those ideas and actually create them. This literally wasn't possible before, just a few months ago, actually. Okay, so let me explain how your teenager can actually utilize all of this. All right, let me just explain. I think by now you have come to the same conclusion as I have, right? They need to be a leader of this technology. Yes? I think we've come to that conclusion. Now, how do we do that? Well, there's three important ways. Number one, you got to have them be early to this stuff. There's no more limitations on digital businesses. Heck, why not? Right? You couldn't do this just a few months ago. If I told you 6 months ago that I was going to hire a software engineer and they were going to build you any sort of app that you had in your mind, and you only have to pay me $20 and it was only going to take a few hours to do, you'd be like, get out of here. You're insane. You're obviously some some terrible person. I don't know, right? You'd be like, no way. But now I'm telling you this stuff and you're understanding that it's a good idea and that it's important and it's making sense to you, but that journey needs to continue. You want to continue down that path and see where it takes you. Be early because that's where the opportunities are that are unsaturated. You always think back to your time when you think of an idea and you're like, oh, well, there's so many other people doing that. Well, no, not with this stuff. There's less than 30, 40 million people in the world that know about this stuff. In fact, you're so early in hearing about this. So please, you got about 2 years. Let me just hope you understand that. You got about 2 years to where it becomes a requirement for every single new hire. That's the advantage. That time, right? That time is your advantage. That's your family's advantage. Because previously, it used to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn how to do this stuff. And it used to take 12 to 18 months to build a product. And now you can get to that end result in about a few hours, a few days. You can get to that version 1.0. Right now, you can continue building on top of it. That's great. But you can get to that version 1.0 very, very quickly. So number one, please be early. Please do something about this. You're learning about this. Now you got to continue down this path. Make time for it. It requires actually, setting aside other things, reprioritizing. Maybe their summer, right? So it doesn't matter if everyone knows this skill. It doesn't matter. By then, it's just a requirement, right? So you got to be early. That's how you get the benefits. Number two, to be a leader in AI, you also got to learn the modern tools and technologies. Not just AI tools and technologies. I'm talking about the tools and technologies that school's not even teaching right now. Things that were created in the last 10, 15 years. Like how do you accept a credit card payment? How do you do a screen record? How do you, even launch a database? How do you do graphic design on a computer? You got to know all these different tools that have been created over the last 10, 15 years. And the cool part is none of those tools are hard. You just need to know how to use them. And I always see people learning things the wrong way. You know, imagine if you went to IKEA, you bought one of their the furniture boxes, and then you came home and you studied the instruction manual for 3 days. That wouldn't make any sense, right? Memorize all the pieces and figure out what step comes first. You wouldn't do that. No, the right way to learn things is you actually put it all together. You get to some sort of usable thing. Then you use it to see if it's any good. That's the right way to do it. And that's exactly how you learn these modern tools and technologies. And actually, this is what my company does. This is what Starter School does. If you're thinking, oh, who's this Devaj guy and what is Starter School? We help teenagers learn the modern tools and technologies outside of AI. Okay, that way they have a holistic understanding of what happens inside of an organization. They understand what happens in the operations, the tools that are used by the marketing and the sales department, the finance department, and the customer support and the IT department. Each department is using a different set of tools. And so once you learn those tools, guess what? You can be able to instruct AI a lot better, right? Remember how AI can now do tasks for you? Well, if you don't know some of these tools exist, how are you supposed to give the correct instructions? So that's number two. You got to learn the modern tools outside of AI. That's how your teenager can be a leader with AI, is learn the outside tools as well. And then finally, number three, it is now too risky to be a specialist right away. And I know this is a little bit different than how we traditionally approached, what happens after high school. Usually you specialize, you go into a degree, and then you spend 4 years or 6 years or 8 years getting really good at that one thing, right? Well, now it's too risky to do that. Now it might be a better option to become a generalist first and then specialize. I'm not saying don't specialize. That's not what I'm saying. So if you're hearing that, let's take a step back. I'm saying build a solid foundation of all sorts of different things, all kinds of things. Don't even limit yourself to anything, even if it sounds silly, right? Build that generalist understanding of the world. And then you pick a couple things that maybe you want to consider specializing in. Because if you specialize too quick, you're going to risk going into a career path that AI eventually figures out how to get really good at. And then you're going to end up like my business partner, Jason, who spent 8 years being really good at code, and now everyone can code. Or you're going to end up like Jimmy, one of my previous roommates, who's a graphic design artist who now has to do something else, right? So it is now a little too risky to be a specialist right away. So do with that information what makes you most comfortable, okay? Jack of all trades used to be a little jab at someone, right? This guy's a jack of all trades, master of none, right? Nope, not anymore. Not anymore. So in order to be a leader in AI, I really recommend that you take these three items and you try to figure out how to move forward with it, okay? Be early, get started now. It doesn't matter when everyone knows about it. No, the opportunity exists in this period of time. And really it lasts probably for about 24 months. And then the modern tools outside of AI, what companies, organizations are currently using. None of it's hard. You just have to learn how to use it and how to connect it together. And then now generalized skill might be a better bet. Okay. Might be a better bet. So a quick 60-second recap on everything that we've covered here today. And then I've got a plan. I've got a plan to bring you. Okay. So quick 60-second recap. We talked about how AI was acing all of the human tests. So now we had to create new tests to actually see how smart these things are. We talked about the GPQA Diamond. We talked about the GDP Val. We talked about these coding assessments and how it was scoring as a legendary grandmaster at coding. We talked about big update number one, the fact that AI can now be instructed to control the computer and accomplish tasks for you. That's pretty incredible, right? Big impact on the global economy. And you're going to see that over the next few months. You're going to hear people talking about this more. It runs in the background, right? These intelligent tasks, you can give it instructions and it runs in the background. Big update number two is that coding jobs are not even that safe anymore. In fact, I showed you several different examples of how I built several applications. Internship Hunt, which is a tool used by our students to find internships that are never posted on the job board. Frame Check, which is used by my video editors and our creative director, right? I talked about Quick Rec just very briefly and how I replaced 4 different tools that I was paying $250 a month for in total. We talked about several different updates with how AI is now indistinguishable from reality. I showed you a lot of different examples. Actually, we talked about financial analysts and data analysts and graphic designers and 3D modeling and game design and even music We talked about the psychology of the brain and how teenagers have this new exciting thing right in front of them that gets them excited to do more and get better and actually get excited about work that they're doing in a productive way. Talk just briefly about the three ways that I have identified to be a leader in AI. Being early, which is the most important. Number two, learning the modern tools outside of just AI, which is what Starter School helps with. And then finally, being a generalist is much less risky than being a specialist right off the bat. So, real quick, before I share a plan of action for you guys, okay, I just want to do a quick temperature check. Okay. Open up the chat for me, okay? Have you found it eye-opening to see where AI technology is at right now? Type a yes in the chat if you have. I just want to do a quick temperature check here and help you help understand where you are with all this. Okay, I see a ton of yeses. That's amazing. Question number two. Do you see how this actually disrupts the way that things are currently being done in the world? It's not the same world, isn't it? Or is it? No, it's not. Things are changing quite rapidly. And we've proven this here today. And question number three. Do you also see that what we need to learn in order to be successful in life is now also changing? It's not the same stuff that we learned back in the day, right? No, what you need to learn now is changing quite rapidly. Okay, so here's what we do not want. Here's what we don't want. We don't want your kids, your teens to look back at their high school or their college years and think about how much time they wasted learning things that was never really that useful, right? This happens to every generation. We learn a bunch of stuff that was never really that useful, and we can talk for hours about that, right? But this is accelerating now. This is accelerating because schools are not going to catch up to this in time. No, they're not going to save you from wasting tens of thousands of dollars. Nope. No, they're going to just continue on with the way that they're doing things because it's not that urgent for them, right? Okay, so that's why I put together a little plan for you guys, okay? I spend all my waking hours thinking about this stuff. I work with over 6,000 teenagers now, okay, inside of our organization, Starter School. And the conclusion that I have that I have made is that everyone's going to be late to this again, just like everything else. They're going to be late to it. The early adopters are going to continue being early adopters. They're going to continue winning, but everyone else, they're going to be late to it again. Because where the heck do you learn this? Is there some teacher teaching you all this? Do you learn this in college? No, you don't learn this in college. No, they're going to be quite late to this as well. All right, the only way to learn this is by being a pioneer. You gotta go down the uncharted path and territory, and you gotta plan, you gotta set aside time for it. No one's gonna set aside time for you to do this stuff. Being a pioneer means pursuing this maybe on the weekend, maybe in the evening, just like we're doing here right now. Right? Making time for it, reprioritizing maybe what you had planned for their summer. Maybe you might want to consider putting this higher up top the list of importance, right? That's the only way. But here's the problem. I got a problem is that I don't need another 1,000 things to do. I've got plenty of stuff going on. In fact, I am super busy. It's stressing me out already. All right. I've got so many things going on with the organization. But when I look at the landscape of what's happening, all of this seems pretty important for the business that I'm in, helping teenagers, right? So I was like, okay, I have to do something about this. I have to. I already had a plan together for the summer. I was going to launch contests. I was going to do cash prizes for all of our students and all these different things. I had a plan for this summer, but I had to toss out that old plan a couple months ago. It was very heartbreaking for me. I didn't want to toss out that plan. I worked hard to create that plan. I put most everything together already, and then I had to toss it out. And I created a new plan. In fact, would anyone here be interested in learning about the AI pilot program for teenagers that I put together? Type a yes in the chat if you'd be willing to entertain this. Okay, this may not be for you. This may not be for you, but if you have teenagers between 12 and 19, I bet you this is going to be pretty impactful for them. Okay, so it's called the AI rotation program. The AI rotation program. What the heck is a rotation program? Well, my first job out of college as an electrical engineer graduate, I got a job at Texas Instruments. You guys may have heard of that company. Okay, and they put me inside of a rotation program. The first 3 months, they flew me out to LA, and I worked inside of their field sales office. I shadowed one of the sales leaders. We flew around the country meeting with different customers, and I got to understand what he does for his job and really be a part of it. And then after month 3 ended, they flew me out to Dallas, and I worked in the product marketing division where we learned how do you present things to the customer? How do we talk about all of our different components in the right way? How do we create the right marketing material for their engineering team, for their non-engineers as well, right? And then after that, I worked in the sales operation department where I learned about how do you negotiate based on volumes, based on the different components, right? I had to understand how contract negotiations worked. And throughout that whole program, that 9 months, I learned a lot about marketing and sales inside of Texas Instruments. And then I got to pick the one that I was most excited about, which is the product marketing. And so the rotation program that I've created with AI is the exact same thing. Teenagers are getting exposed to all the things that you learned about here today: the AI coding, the AI automation, the AI advertising, the design, the animation, the music, and even motion graphics. None of this is hard. None of this is hard. You just need to know how. Okay. And it used to be very hard, by the way. Each one of these different core subjects used to be very, very hard. You had to go to school to learn how to do all this, or you had to go and learn it yourself, which is almost impossible for most people, right? So the college costs, sitting in traffic, maybe you had to study at the library for hours and hours and hours, right? Lose a lot of sleep. But no, not anymore. They can do this all from the comfort of their own house, from your own house. You don't have to drive them anywhere. Digital businesses are powerful for that reason. In fact, I run a digital business here in Austin, Texas, from my townhome. All right, we've got our cat Ariel and my fiance Abigail. All right, you don't need to drive them anywhere. This is the beauty of it all. They can learn all of this from the comfort of their own home. I love that little kitty cat Ariel. So all they need here are the tools. All right, you have a laptop, you have a Wi-Fi connection, probably. All right, that's all they need. The only thing that they're missing here is the knowledge. What tools to use, how to use it, how do you do something productive with it, right? And once they learn that, they can do as much as a 50-person team. A 50-person team back in 2005, right? That's what these new technologies allow. So each rotation covers the tools, how to use it, and actually how to build something useful with it. Like a business. That's the mindset that they're having to tap into as they go throughout this rotation program. They are actually starting a business using these new AI tools and technologies to assist them. That's the point of it all. Okay, so this is my commitment. This is going to be the most up-to-date AI program for teens that exists, period. We are going to consistently update this so that you don't have to be searching for new knowledge every other week as this stuff updates. Okay, so in summary, your teenager learns 7 AI skills in less than 3 months and walks away with a business that actually proves it. Marketing assets, actual product, not a portfolio, not a grades or a test score, not a certificate. No, an actual business that proves it. Now, this only works if you're wanting to be an early adopter of this stuff, okay? I'm curious, is anyone here interested in being an early adopter of this stuff? All right, type a yes in the chat, actually, if this is something you think you want your teenager to be a part of. What I'm going to do is I'm going to download the chat history. Everyone that's typing in a yes right now, I'm going to download that chat history so that I can get you all the right information as we prepare for our launch this summer. Okay, we've already gotten started on it. In fact, there's several different rotations that have already been built out. So let's talk about the investment here. Okay, each rotation is a different amount. The AI coding is $189. The AI automation is $189. The AI advertising is $129. AI design is $129. AI animation is $129. $129, and then support for 3 months is $118 times 3. So in total, it's about $1,297. And it's worth way more than that. Oh my gosh. To be able to learn all of this stuff before the rest of the world, this is worth double or even triple that. That's how much I would pay if I was a teenager traveling back in time, learning all this stuff. But here's what I wanted to do. All right, these are my people, the people that took time out of their day to learn about this stuff. All right, if you have a teenager between 12 and 19, I want to help you and your family become an early adopter. Everyone wants to be an early adopter, right? It sounds amazing. Oh, you have all these opportunities, but very few people actually do something about it. So here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to guarantee that your teenager participates in this. You got to commit to it. I can't make the decision for you. It's got to be on the schedule for it to be real, right? If it's not on the schedule, it doesn't get done. So what I decided to do is I wanted to make an offer so good, so good, so good that only a late adopter wouldn't purchase. Okay, here's what I mean. I was thinking to myself, what if I just slashed the price in half? That would be amazing, right? I bet people would be joining like something, right? Some analogy. This would be amazing if I just cut the price in half. But I was like, no, 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 no. I think I could do a little better. What if I just removed the one from the front? How many people would be losing their minds? So that's what I decided to do. If you join through this link right now, all right, while I am live, we're gonna get you access. It's 297 bucks. It's a one-time payment, or you can split it up into 3 installments of 129. So I've pasted the link in the chat. Now, this is only for the early adopters, so if you don't want to be early to something like this, maybe you want to wait around until it's actually required by maybe companies and degree plans, maybe you can wait on that. But for the early adopters that want their teenagers to be a part of something probably pretty important, probably generation defining technology, right? This is the opportunity that I put together for you. So when does all this begin? Well, June 1st is the start date. You can start anytime. In fact, we even have an early program right now that your teenager can be a part of. Right now, the AI animation is built out, the AI coding is built out. Those are pretty important ones, right? So you can get started right now. But we launch June 1st. Okay, what is the age range? So if your teenager is 12 to 19, this is going to be for you. Even if your teenagers are really good, with their computers and computer skills, and if they're 11 years old, yes, it's fine. Now, if they're 10, might be a little too early. Okay. Now, if your child is 20, 21, 22, or even if you want to take this, you can actually sign up. It's okay. This is specifically made for 12 to 19, but this would help anyone, right? This would help anyone. Now, the time commitment on this is 2 to 3 hours per week minimum. Now, what you will find is that they're actually going to accelerate their effort, okay? Because this stuff is not hard, it's easy, and it's fun seeing the result of the work that you're doing the same hour that you're doing it. So you're going to see them work at a much more rapid pace. And even if you're outside the US, that's okay. We have students from all over the world, from Hong Kong, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Dubai, uh, United Kingdom, Ireland, Africa, Canada, Mexico, Brazil. It doesn't matter where you're from. We support teenagers from all over the world. They're going to be learning AI through this rotation program. So, what are they actually doing? Well, they're actually starting a business. That's where their head is geared towards. They're using these new AI tools to hopefully help them make rapid progress. Now, these are training wheels, guys. They're not going to be a billionaire or a millionaire. I'm not promising that they're even going to make any money. Okay? But the point is to get them using it in a productive way, right? That's the point. This is a learning opportunity for them. They need a story about how they started their very first business at 14 years old, and this is their opportunity to do that. This is the modern day lemonade stand, right? Having a digital business because now they don't have to leave their home to do that. And if you have more than 2 teens, make sure that you select quantity 1 and you change it to a 2 or even a 3. Do not have them share a registration. It's not going to make any sense. They're going to do overlapping work. Okay. Each account is set up so that they turn in their work and they move on to the next one. And if they share, they're going to do overlapping work and neither of them are going to do it. Okay. So I pasted the link in the chat. Okay. In fact, I see a bunch of y'all already completed your registration. That's amazing. That's what I call the early adopters. In fact, type a done in the chat once you have completed your registration so that I can give you a little shout out. Oh my gosh. James, you said done so fast. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the early adopters here. All right. So let me help you figure out if this is a good decision for you or not. All right. Let me explain kind of how I think about this, and maybe it might help you to make that decision whether this is going to be a good fit or not. So I've been a full-time business owner for what, 11 years now? And through this time, I had to actually pay attention to a lot of things. I'm constantly looking for the advantages Because when you have an advantage, it keeps your business alive, right? If you're missing out on certain concepts or ideas that are important for your business, well, and if you never implement those into your business, you die. Your business dies, right? And so I'm always paying attention. And once I get enough proof that something is important, once all the rocks stack in a certain direction, I take action. Doesn't matter where I go. I take that arrow and I start moving because movement is better than typically not moving at all and just staying still. Because what happens if you stay still is you look 6 months from now, nothing has changed. And then you're like, dang it, I could have done that 6 months ago. So I make sure that I actually, whatever idea, whatever, whatever opportunity, I just, blaze my own trail. I move forward. Doesn't matter where I go. And that's what it takes to be an early adopter, right? It's scary being an early adopter, right? It's like, is this stuff important? Is it a fad? Well, you don't know until everyone starts taking this seriously, and you don't want to wait around until that moment. So what I did here today is I wanted to do everything in my power to help you to say yes so that your teenager actually is a part of what we're doing. So what I did is I created 6 amazing bonuses for you that are the early adopters. Would you like to hear about the 6 bonuses that I created for you? I think you would, right? Let me share with you the 6 bonuses that I've created for you. Check this out. If you complete your registration while I am live, okay, I am literally going to export all the list of people, that join in while I am live. You're going to get access to all 6 of these bonuses. Check this out. All right. Bonus number 1 is I'm going to provide 3 months of free help and support inside of our VIP concierge help desk. Let me show you what that means. Some of y'all are already starter school customers of ours. I appreciate that. Your teenagers probably learned a ton already, right? And you're probably familiar with this virtual office. If you're not familiar with starter school, check this out. This is our virtual office. You see my little character here? I'm moving him around right now, right? So when teenagers need help, all they have to do is walk into this instructor's office. And there's a live instructor here, 20 hours a day. We support all major time zones. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, your teenager is going to be able to get help and support. I'm going to provide you 3 months of free access into this virtual office where they can get help and support. In fact, this is a lot of times where students end up making friends with each other. All right. So yeah, that would be a pretty good opportunity to connect with other like-minded students. So that's what you get. 3 months of support inside the virtual office for free as a bonus. Okay. We support all major time zones. So it doesn't matter where you're calling in from in the world, where your kids are. Bonus number 2 is I'm going to provide a behind the scenes of how we built the company over the last 6 years. Guys, we started from nothing and we've built this company to have 6,000 students. It takes a real operation to be able to support 6,000 students. So this is going to be a behind the scenes, helping your teenager understand how much effort it takes, how much work is required to do what we're doing. They're going to be mind blown at how much is required. This is going to help them understand the level of effort it takes to do anything worthwhile. All right. You can't even buy this, by the way. This behind the scenes, you can't buy it. It's only provided as a bonus. Okay. So we're going to show them how we advertise, how we get customers, how we support students across multiple time zones, how we set up our own servers and databases across Dallas and Austin to be able to support all 6,000 students. All right. So that's bonus number 2. So bonus number 1 is 3 months worth of help and support. Bonus number 2 is the behind the scenes. Bonus number 3 is we're going to provide you guys with an AI certification. Now, they have to complete it, right? They have to complete it. I'm not going to just certify anyone, right? This certificate is going to be after they complete the end examination. And once they have done that, we will put our name on the line. Right? We're going to put our stamp of approval. They're going to be very solid with these technologies. In fact, so solid that I would actually recommend them to a business owner to work inside of as an intern. That's how solid they're going to be. So this is bonus number 3. It's usually $49, but we're going to do this for free. That examination is going to be provided for free. And if they complete it, you can have this PDF to print out, to upload to their college applications, to upload to their future job applications. And it's gonna set them apart just a little bit, wouldn't it? Okay. So that's bonus number 3. Bonus number 4 is a recommendation letter written personally by me. Guys, I don't sell recommendation letters. You can't even buy this. Okay. This is only possible if your teenager goes through this, completes it, and I'm going to brag about them like they're a superstar. Okay. Because they are. If they completed the rotations, oh my gosh, I'm going to brag about them. And this is not AI generated. I'm going to look at all of their assets that they created. I'm going to look at the business that they chose to start, and I'm going to brag about them like you wouldn't believe because they deserve it. Okay. And this might separate them from everyone else because everyone gets their English teacher or their coach's recommendation letter, right? Everyone gets that. This might be a little different. So before I get into the last two bonuses, which are obviously the best ones, right? I saved the best bonuses for last, didn't I? Before I get into that, okay, I just want you to feel completely safe and secure about this decision. Take a look at your screen. This is my no worries guarantee. Is 180 days enough time? I think it should be, right? 180 days is plenty of time. That's 6 times as much as what Amazon gives you. So if you change your mind, if your teenager doesn't want to do it, if your computer blows up, if you decide to move to Antarctica to live with the penguins, it's okay. Just message me. I'll refund you. It's okay. It's 297 bucks, whatever. Okay, if you absolutely need the money back, we'll give you your money back. It's fine. You don't have to feel embarrassed about it. And I'm not going to be mad at you either. In fact, I would rather you give this a shot, open the door for them, than to do nothing. Because if you do nothing, they're probably not going to learn it as quickly as if you said yes and put it on the calendar. Okay, so with that being said, I've pasted the link here in the chat. Tap on that link. All right, complete your registration so that you're in the system, so that you've committed to this. Because what I have done is I have rearranged, reprioritized all of our summer activities to massively focus on AI because it's that important. I literally chunked out all the work that I was doing for the last 6 months and I chose to work on this. That's how important it is. So maybe you might want to consider reprioritizing what they do this summer. Okay, so the last two bonuses, I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Type a done in the chat if you've completed your registration so I can give you a little shout out. I see a ton of you guys have done that. So we've got Yvette, Tanya says done. Cheryl says done. We've got Sai Baba says done for 2. Oh my gosh, that's going to be a powerful sibling relationship. Okay, congratulations. Tamara says done. Stacy, Noel, iPhone 33, Nadia, Dr. Taylor, Omar, Tiffany, Lane, Raisha, congratulations. That's awesome. Catherine says done for 3. Oh my gosh. That's a dream. That's a dream. I bet you what's going to happen is your teens are going to work together. And maybe they'll even work together in starting a business. That would be my absolute dream for them. All right. I don't have any brothers or sisters. I'm an only child. So if y'all have multiple kids and they end up starting a business together, that's my absolute dream for them. That would be amazing. In fact, you guys got to tell me about these stories, okay? All right, some of y'all have incredible stories about how your kids did this with starter school or that with starter school, and you don't tell me for like a year or two. And I'm like, come on, you got to tell me this stuff. I want to feel good about what we're doing, right? So, uh, so I pasted the link in the chat multiple times. Okay, guys, you're getting all of these bonuses plus 2 more, which I'm going to get into. So the last 2 bonuses. So bonus number 1 was 3 months of VIP help and support inside of the virtual office. This is where students will log in and be able to get support from our instructors. Bonus number 2 is a behind the scenes of how we built the company, how we were able to scale to 6,000 students, the amount of operational intelligence that it takes to even accomplish that. Okay, bonus number 3 is an AI certification. If they can complete the rotations and get to the end and complete an exam, we will actually give them the certificate of with our stamp of approval on it. All right, you can download this as a PDF or print it out or upload it to their job applications. Bonus number 4 is a recommendation letter written personally by me, not AI generated. I am going to write and look at all their assets and actually, brag about them. So bonus number 5. All right, if you sign up while I am live, I am going to get you immediate access. You can't even buy this, okay? We're still in the process of launching everything, but it might be a good opportunity for you to say, yes, I want this right now. I want them to get involved right now. Whatever you have, I want my teenager to participate. And actually, we're done with a few of the rotations already. So yes, I would highly recommend them getting started as soon as possible. But you can get started with this at any time. Okay, it doesn't have to be right now, but you can, all right? And what you're going to find is that this is going to be very exciting for them because this stuff is not hard. It's actually quite fun. So remember, guys, I'm trying to do everything in my power to help you to say yes, because if you don't say yes, then this doesn't become real and you're going to put it off and maybe you're never going to get around to it. And 10 years down the line, your kid's going to be saying, dang it, why did I spend all that time learning that thing that was never useful for me? All right. In fact, they're traveling back into time in this moment right now. All right, you're a teenager in the future. Maybe they're 26 years old. They're traveling back into time in this moment. They're like, please, you got to listen to this man. They're saying this. You got to listen to this man. I was wrong about Fortnite. I was wrong about Minecraft. I was wrong about Valorant and Roblox. I should have been paying attention to this AI stuff when it was first getting started. That's what they're saying. And I know that they're saying that because that's what I would be telling my mom right now. I'd be knocking on her door. I'd be like, Mom, you're going to spend more on one college class, and I'm literally going to forget it the next month. Okay. So, all right, let's get into bonus number 6. Okay. I saved the best one for last. All right. So, guys, I pasted the link in the chat. I see a bunch of y'all joining in. That's awesome. I think that this is going to be the opportunity that they need to start thinking like a leader, right? When you're early to trends, when you're the person in the room that everyone's asking AI questions to, they're gonna they're gonna have an identity shift. They're gonna start thinking of themselves as a leader, and that's what being an early adopter means, right? You take a little bit of risk being early. What if this is not actually important? What if you know what if these technologies were just a fad all along, right? So these are the risks that early adopters take, but they get a massive amount of benefit as well. And the benefit is that they walk into the party and they can have whatever opportunity that they see because all of it is unsaturated. Otherwise, you're showing up to the party late, you're picking up the crumbs of opportunity off the ground, and yeah, it's not the best if you're late to important trends. So finally, bonus number 6, okay, is lifetime access to all future updates. Lifetime access to all future updates. That way, you don't have to search for all new AI courses every few months, every time this stuff updates. We're committed to making this the most up-to-date program for AI that exists for teenagers. And that's what's going to happen. And if you complete your registration here, instead of having to pay for the upgrades that we put out, you're just going to get lifetime access to future updates. Okay. So everything, a quick recap. Bonus number 1 is VIP concierge help and support for 3 months inside of this virtual office. Your teenager is going to have their own character, and when they need help, they're going to walk into this instructor's office and they're going to be able to get help from a live instructor. That's 3 months worth of support. Bonus number 2 is a behind the scenes of how we built the company. That's awesome, right? That's going to be really eye-opening for your teen, understanding how much work it takes. Bonus number 3 is an AI certificate. They got to complete the program. They got to take the exam at the end, but if they do, they're going to get a certificate that you can upload to their job applications. Bonus number 4 is a recommendation letter from me. All right. I'm going to look at their assets that they've built out and comment on what I think that they did an excellent job at. Bonus number 5 is you get immediate access. Okay. I will export the list of everyone that has purchased here today, and I'm going to get you on that early beta program group that I have going on right now. Okay. This is a summer program that officially launches June 1st. But if you join right now, you can get access right now. You can go through the course curriculum right now. And that would be what I would do if I were you, right? I would go through it ASAP. But we're going to officially launch this in June 1st. And by the way, this is our early launch price. Okay, so you can still take advantage of the $297 price until tomorrow night. So if you can't join right now, that's okay. You can still take advantage of the $297 price point till tomorrow night. But you don't get the bonuses if you join tomorrow night, by the way. But if you can't join, that's okay. All right, these are just bonuses anyways. Now they are some of these are quite important, like the lifetime updates. Maybe you might want to consider joining just for that. But you don't have to. So with that being said, all right, I'm going to open it up for Q&A, okay? Take a look at your screen. You should see a button that says Q&A, okay? Q&A. Make sure you type in your questions there. do not type your questions into the chat. There's too many people here. There's about 315 people here. If you type your question in the chat, it probably won't get answered. So, with that being said, uh, let's see here. All right. Guys, I want y'all to be the parents who saw it coming. Okay. You clearly see that something big is happening in the world of technology. And I want you to be the parent who actually sees it coming and then does something about it. So, this AI rotation program is going to help you possibly save tens of thousands of dollars on your teenagers' education costs because maybe now they're not going to pick certain career paths because they're going to have that future outlook to be smart enough to know, hey, this probably isn't the right path, and this probably won't be something that will be a high-paying job in the future, right? So that is the hope. Okay, so before I start answering these questions, make sure you type a done in the chat once you completed your registration. Nichelle says done. Linda says done. Joe says done. Congratulations. We've got Lakeisha says done. Christopher says done for 4. Oh my gosh. The whole family is getting involved. That's the most powerful AI family in the world. Congratulations. I really hope that your kids end up starting a business together. That is the ultimate goal for me, for them. That is just so cool for them to be able to participate in something like this. SK, Garcia, we got Melody, Lauren, Nancy, we got Erica, Andrea Krar, Mike, Marianne De Costa, Casey, we've got Ijaz Ahmed, congratulations, Ebony, Karenda, Susie Davis, Jasmeet, Jola, Cruz, congratulations. I appreciate you all joining in, trusted me with this. Okay, this is going to be um, an absolute powerful experience for your teen because they're going to learn so many different tools and technologies that make them multidisciplinary, right? They're going to be the type of person who's able to do all sorts of things, not just stay in their lane. Okay. And I fear that if you don't join today or tomorrow, you'll probably never join because you're going to see the price after June 1st and you're going to see what the heck? 12.97. I can't join that. That's too expensive. And then you'll never end up joining. And then, it's like who who uh who does that affect most? So let's see. What is the time commitment for the mini program? So the AI mini masterclass for adults, that is about a 90-minute course. We're going to be releasing that April 24th. Kelly says, I was wondering why the AI rotation program isn't listed on your website. Well, we haven't launched yet, so you'd be getting early access. Um, I have, let's see, that's a really long question. Does it make sense to get the 189 edition? Yes. So if you want your teenager to learn the non-AI tools, the things that Starter School has specialized in over the last 5, 6 years, you have a one-time option to add that to your cart. It's not required. You don't have to, but if you're homeschooling, if you're completely fed up with, your teenager's school and you're concerned that they're not learning the right things, it might be really valuable for you to get that because it's all an all access pass. Okay. So it's a one-time offer right after you complete your registration. You don't have to do it, but I probably would. So, is there going to be an actual trainer or specific times for the class? No, because we support students globally, we cannot do live classes. In fact, there's thousands of students, so all the classes are self-paced. And these classes are not classes in the traditional sense. These are walkthroughs. So we show them what the tool is, how to use it, and how to apply it to their business. So it's a walkthrough in a very specific application of it. At the end of it, they're turning something in and they'll have something to show for it. Okay. Let's see. Did I hear something about a course for adults? Well, even adults can take this AI rotation program. In fact, I know a bunch of y'all already have joined in for yourselves. That's awesome. But yeah, there is an adult mini masterclass in the order form. It's, I think, $37. It's not going to be as in depth as this, but it's specifically for business owners, influencers, and executives, company executives. It's basically just a recap on how we use AI as a company in what we do at Surge School applied to several different areas. We primarily focus on Claude, by the way. Claude is the one tool that everyone needs to know. It's no longer about ChatGPT. No longer about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is great, but Claude has now surpassed that, and there's so many incredible things that you can do now with that technology. Shanta says, "Hey, we signed up 2 kids. That's awesome. Congratulations." Erica says, "Done." Charles says, "Done." Pat says, "Done for 2." Congratulations, Pat. That's awesome. I hope your teens end up starting a business together. That's great. So I'm going to paste the link here one more time, guys. My time is almost over here today. All right. If you want to be a part of what we're doing with the AI rotation program, if you want your teenager to be an early adopter of this stuff, if you want to guarantee their participation and you want to reprioritize AI to be something that they focus on this summer or right now, then you might want to consider joining in because you're going to get all 6 of the bonuses that I'm promising here for everyone. So, a quick recap: there are 6 bonuses if you join right now. These bonuses are expiring after I leave this call. Okay, now you can still get the price point till tomorrow. So you can get the price point of 297 till tomorrow night, but these bonuses expire right now. So bonus number 1 is 3 months of help and support inside of the virtual office. This is the office where students show up and work, and when they need help, they just walk into the instructor's office right here. So when you walk into that instructor's office, you can unmute yourself, you can share your screen, and the instructor can help you solve whatever problem you have going on. So that's 3 months of help and support inside of this virtual office for free. Bonus number 2 is a behind the scenes of how we built the company. Jason, my business partner, has basically set up multiple servers across Dallas and Austin so that we don't have to rely on Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud or Azure. Okay, some of y'all who are developer parents, y'all understand what I just said. We have built our own infrastructure, and this is going to help your kids understand how much effort it has taken to get to where we are today. Bonus number 3 is AI certification. Once they complete the full rotation, they'll be given an exam. If they complete that exam successfully, and I think they can do it, it's not that hard, we will actually certify them with our stamp of approval. Bonus number 4 is a recommendation letter written by me. All right, there's 298 people here right now. So if all of y'all joined in, and if all of y'all's kids completed this, I would be writing recommendation letters till my fingers fell off. So this is something that is going to separate their application from everyone else because, it's just something you don't see very often. A company CEO providing a letter of recommendation. So I think that would be pretty valuable for their college applications or whatever thing that they're trying to get into. Bonus number 5 is immediate access. Okay, I am going to export the list of everyone that has joined in, and I'm going to get you an immediate access. Now, guys, we don't have all of the rotations built out yet. Okay, so we're going to be releasing these rotations because the real launch date is June 1st. But if you join in right now, I'm going to put you on a list where you can get immediate access so that your kid's making progress even before we fully launch. That's really how you be an early adopter. You want to talk about early adopter? You get that immediate access, and that's going to allow them to get started right away. Bonus number 6 is lifetime updates. Oh my goodness. And we're going to have a ton of updates. Every time we make an update to the curriculum, we're going to email you. And we're going to say, hey, here's what's changed, and here's the new thing that your teenager needs to be on top of. And that's going to be valuable. That way you don't have to be chasing new knowledge. Gosh, you don't want to be chasing new knowledge every few months. No, you want one place where you can trust that we will continue updating it so that it's relevant for your kids. So with that being said, I am going to rapid fire these questions. All right, I've pasted the link in the chat one last time. Type a 2 in the chat if you're in the middle of checking out or you're about to. Okay, as we wrap up with all this, I need to know who I'm waiting on. That way I don't close out the bonuses too early. So if you have teenagers between 12 and 19, this is for you. If you understand the impact of AI and you're wanting them to actually not just be up to speed with it, but be ahead of the curve, this is for you. All right. If your kid's good with computers, all right. If your kid's good with computers, this is absolutely for you. If your kid's not good with computers, if they don't like working with computers, this may not be for them. Okay, so is there going, how long is the program? It depends on how much they work on it, right? If they work on it all day and night for a week, they'd probably get done in about 2 weeks. But typically, it's going to take 2 to 3 months uh, for your team to get through it all. What is the program for adults you just mentioned? It is just a mini masterclass on how we use these technologies internally. What is the best way to explain this opportunity to a 19-year-old granddaughter? We're already aware of AI and will impact her design career. The best way to understand the opportunity is to join in and go have them go through the orientation video that I put together for them. Okay, so we've created a video that basically lays out the importance of this. This specific presentation, this is for parents. We did the same exact thing for teenagers. That lays out the urgency of all of this. Do we need to buy other subscriptions in order to participate? Yes, there's about $80 in total class material that you're going to have to purchase. Not $80 a month, but $80 in total. What are non-AI tools? There's hundreds of them, Miss Lauren. There's hundreds of tools that are used by businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, company executives on a daily basis. These are the tools and technologies that they use in order to do work with one another. And so that's traditionally what Starter School has helped with. Um, the 129 option for 3 installments. How does that work? Yes, so it's 3 installments of 129. It is a little bit more expensive if you choose that option, but it's more expensive for everyone. We get hit with more credit card processing fees, and if a payment fails, we have to manually reach out to you. So it's just more expensive for everyone. So the 129 option does secure you all these 6 bonuses. So if that's the only way you can move forward, I would recommend that because otherwise you're going to see our pricing a few months down the road and you're going to see it for $12.97 and you're going to say, no way, it's too expensive now. Okay. So guys, I want you to treat this as a driver's license, right? You would never ask your teenager, hey, do you want to go get your driver's license? No, you would never say that. You'd say, you have to do this because that's what it takes to be an adult in this world. You got to have a driver's license, right? So that's the exact same thing with AI. When you have a technology this disruptive to the world, when it affects the global economy, when it affects tens of thousands of dollars of college education costs, you want to put this in their hands and get them to make progress on it this summer or right now, ASAP. Okay. But even if you can't start right now or even in the summer, maybe you've got summer plans going on. That's okay. Since you're getting lifetime access, you might as well join in now and have them start in October, November, December. It doesn't matter. Anytime that you join in, I can guarantee you that the relevancy of all the AI tools is going to be up to date, tip top shape. Let's see. iPhone, you are traveling. I am unfortunately not able to hold this out because then I have to export the list and it's just a hassle. So basically everyone who has completed their registration, I'm going to download that list. I'm going to move all of them over to a new list called the bonuses list. So as we're wrapping up here, okay, guys, I just want to let y'all know that I respect each and every one of you for taking time out of your day to learn about what's happening. Okay, that means that you are open-minded, you are paying attention, and you are the people that I respect tremendously because there were, I don't know, 1,500 people that registered for this, but only about 500 people showed up. And, those are the people that are actually paying attention and going to be able to make the right changes and make the right decisions heading into these next few years. So, that means that you're growth oriented, by the way, which I respect a lot. That means that you're growth oriented, paying attention. So what additional costs? Yeah, it's about $80 in total. When is the $297 deadline? It's tomorrow night. Okay, if you purchase tomorrow, the bonuses are not included. I'm just going to say that right now for a second or third time so that I don't get a bunch of emails saying, hey, how do I get access to these bonuses? Well, you got to be on the list. If you're not on the list to get the bonuses, I'm sorry. These are the rules of the universe. Does this give the knowledge and platform to build websites and apps? Yes, Stacy, exactly what you saw in the AI coding portion of this presentation. So remember, guys, I have built so many apps, internal and external tools that we use, tools that our students use, tools that my team member use, right? I've built all of those apps. Your child is going to learn the exact same process of how to do the exact same thing, right? They are literally going to be building out this tool for themselves. The internship hunt tool, they're going to be building that, right? So that's in the AI coding. In fact, there's two AI coding rotations. There's a basic one and then there's an advanced one. So the basic one is available for them to get started with right away. And it's going to be incredibly valuable for them because now they're no longer limited by their ideas. Okay, whatever idea that they have in their mind, right? And the alternative is, what if they never learn this stuff? That would be an absolute terrible thing. If they never learn this stuff, they're maybe not going to choose the right opportunities. Maybe they're going to see an opportunity and not know what to do with it, right? Or maybe they don't make the right friends at the right moment. So I don't know what happens if they don't learn this stuff, but I know that it would be valuable if they did. I know that for a fact. So I know Uncle Steve is not going to teach them this stuff, right? Does Uncle Steve have time? Can you please answer my question? Do you have to get a subscription to Claude? Uh, yes, for the portion of the rotation. They're going to be getting multiple different subscriptions, and they don't need it for all 3 months. They can actually complete the subscription and then cancel the membership. Okay, okay. Let's see. Does this? Oh, I have answered that. All right, guys, as we're wrapping up here, I got a few more minutes until I got to jump on out of here. Let's see. I got a few minutes before I got to jump on out here. Is there anyone in the middle of checking out or about to? Please type a 2 into the chat if you're in the middle of checking out or you're about to. All right, this is the last call. Train is leaving. I got to go. All right, it's time to move on with our days. So go ahead, complete your registration now so that I can get you on the bonus list. If you can't join in today, that's okay. You can still get the $297 price point till tomorrow. That's still amazing, right? $297 is much better than $1297, which is what the summer wave is going to join in at. Okay, so don't be the person that sees the $1297 price point and then never joins. That would be terrible. Casey says, explain the 189 upgrade. So there are projects that we have created over the last 6 years inside of Starter School. These are projects to help teenagers learn how to use these software tools and technologies that people are using at their workplace, right? These are the most popular tools used by companies, executives, entrepreneurs. And so we have created projects for teenagers to participate in, complete, and what's cool about that is we send you a debit card in the mail if you end up purchasing that as an add-on. This debit card in the mail, you can load in cash rewards, right? This is our Starter School debit card. If you take a look at my webcam here, that is the upgrade bonus. You don't have to join in on that. It's not necessary, but it is a one-time offer for AI rotation customers, right? So we send one of these. You can load in allowance money into here, and they can unlock the allowance money after they complete their projects and after we approve their projects. All right. So a lot of parents use this as a way to incentivize their kids to participate and learn outside of school hours. So the 189 upgrade is after you complete the order, the AI rotation order. It is only available to the AI rotation customers. Danielle, I see your message. Please email us at hello@starterschool.com, or you can just tell me yes right now, and I will try to process your payment manually after this. But I would probably recommend emailing hello@starterschool.com. Okay, so I shouldn't have said that because I can't do that right now. I don't know why I said that. I'm so sorry. All right, thank you. I've been yapping and yapping for a while now, so my brain, I gotta go grab some tea. So guys, it's been really fun sharing with you all these incredible updates that are happening in the world. These tools and technologies are probably going to be generation defining, right? It's as important as the internet. It's as important as the mobile phone. It's as important as learning how to use the internet and mobile phones, right? But for a productive way. If you just use those technologies to scroll all day long, did you do anything? Probably not, right? So there are people who have learned how to use these technologies in a productive way, and that's where we are with Starter School. So guys, uh, I'm going to paste my YouTube channel link here. All right. If you want to follow along with these AI updates, all right, tap on that link that I've pasted. It's my YouTube channel. Consider subscribing. That way I show up on your YouTube feeds every now and then. Okay, you don't have to, but if you want to keep up with what we're doing here and what I'm doing, you may want to consider subscribing so that I see you from time to time. Okay, so let me rapid fire the rest of these questions. Kelly says, will kids learn how to prompt Claude? Absolutely. They'll be learning about Claude skills, Claude projects, Claude co-work, Claude code. There's a lot of Claude everywhere throughout the rotation, and it is so valuable. Oh my gosh. It's so valuable. After I go through, can I sign up my second boy in this program for 297? No, guys, let me just re-clarify. So yeah, if you sign up at another point in time before our launch on June 1st, it's going to be 697. If you sign up after June 1st, which is going to be the summer wave of last minute registrants, it's going to be 1297. Okay, so my email is hello@starterschool.com. So Jagad says, can you define what you mean by digital business? Yes. So there are two things. There are digital services and digital products. A digital service would be like video editing or creating animations or providing outreach services or reaching out to customers, right? And asking for reviews, right? Those are different services that you can be done digitally. Digital products are things that you use on your computer. Digital products like apps, right? Your screen recorder tools, the video editing tools, the actual tools. And so students are learning how to create both services and products in this rotation. So that way, they're not just learning tools for the heck of it. They're learning tools in a focused, directed way. Alrighty. Let's see. All right, guys, last few questions, and then I got to jump on out of here. How much time is per week if pacing to complete in 3 months? It is about, let me do some calculations in my head. Overall, I think it'll probably take about 35 hours to complete. So 2 to 3 hours per week, they can get it done in about 3 weeks. Will there be a replay of tonight so I can show my son? There's good. This is recorded, but I'm not sure we're going to be sending out the replay until maybe next week. Let's see. When can we see the orientation video for teens? It's as soon as you send them the invite and they log into the platform. Anonymous attendee says, I made a 129 payment, but I would like to switch to 297 one time. Can I do that? Yes, you can. Please email hello@starterschool.com. So I'd like to take a moment to congratulate some people that have typed done in the chat. iPhone 520, Anjali AkW. I don't know if I said that right. We got, let's see, Sunita says done. I'm getting lost in the chat here. There's a lot of things going on. April, Melinda, Miss Chen, Stacy, congratulations. You guys, thank you so much for joining in. This is going to be awesome. Can you feel it? I think you have that intuition that this is going to be one of those moments where your teenager looks back and says, "Oh my gosh, I'm so happy I learned all that," right? Yes, because this stuff, when you learn things this powerful and when you learn it before everyone else does, it it compounds. It compounds because they will be the person that other people want to partner with. They will be the person that other business owners want to talk to, right? Because they're compounding their knowledge. And, just being a few steps ahead of someone, you can feel like an expert. But if you're 5 steps ahead on someone, oh my gosh, they're going to think you're a genius, right? And that's where we are with AI is people are busy. They've got their own lives, right? They've got their own lives. And, no one has time to go through all of this stuff and be up to date with it. But your teenager will because they've got time and they have the computer ability to succeed with this. It's not hard. They can figure it out. I believe in them. And if they need help, we'll be able to provide the support. So the last thing I'm going to do here before I close this out, okay, guys, I am going to export the list of bonuses. The 6 bonuses that you're going to get for everyone, everyone's going to get that have completed your registration is the VIP concierge help and support for 3 months, right? This starts as soon as they get started. The behind the scenes of how we built the company over the last 6 years, how we scaled it up to 6,000 customers, how we advertise, how we build the tech side of the business, how we do product upgrades, how we select which features to build. AI certification, which is given to them after they complete an exam at the very end. A recommendation letter written by me. This is going to be a fun one. Okay. I can't wait to brag about your kids if they complete the rotation, right? They're going to have to do that. I'm not going to give them a rotation for not completing. Bonus number 5 is immediate access. Oh my gosh. That way they can get started right now. Okay. Not right now, but I'm going to have to invite all you guys. I'm going to probably do it within the next 24 hours, but you guys are going to get an email so that you can get access so that you don't have to wait until June 1st, is what I'm trying to say. And then finally, bonus number 6, this is going to save you thousands of dollars. That way, you're not chasing new AI knowledge. We're going to be that one-stop shop for your teenager to participate in these new AI tools, learn how to use them productively, and then apply it to their own lives. That way, they can take advantage of the opportunities that show up. All right. So, that being said, let me just make sure that there's no last-minute registrations. Guys, is anyone still in the process of registering? All right, let me know. Type a 2 in the chat. I want to make sure that I get everyone that wants to join in as a part of these bonuses. Otherwise, I'm going to get emails later and it's just going to be a headache for both of us. Okay, so type a 2 in the chat if you're still in the middle of checking out or you're about to. Okay, so I still see a few folks in here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab a cup of tea, soothe my voice. I'm going to export that list. And if you're on the list, great. If you're not, I'm sorry. I've given you plenty of time. Because I can't go back and just add people every few hours to the list. It's just too much work for me, especially since there's another 10 of y'all that are in that have not completed your registration. So let's see here. Can I add another subscription? Yeah, you absolutely can. I would recommend that. If y'all have multiple children, be sure to sign up as all the children that you have that you want to be a part of this with their own registration. If you have them share, it's not going to work. They're going to do overlapping work. They're going to be frustrated. You know, one person's going to do work and then someone's going to overwrite what they did. You don't want that. Yes, the 189 all access pass is not necessary. You do not need that. It is just a little bonus if you want your teenager to participate in even more projects in the world of learning how to use modern tools. Linda says done for 2. Congratulations, Miss Linda. So glad to have you a part of this. Will there be email or text when the materials will be available? Yes, there will be an email. Okay. So we'll be emailing you probably multiple times until you sign up and use what you've purchased. Okay. And guys, remember, worst case scenario, I got you. Don't worry. All right. I'm trying to make sure that this is not something that you're scared about, that this is something that you're optimistic about and you're hopeful about, and that you open the door for them. So if anything goes wrong, just reach out to me. I can give you a refund if you need it. It's fine. I got 180 days. That's plenty of time, right? So let me find that slide. All right. This is my no worries guarantee. That way you are solid with us. That way, if something doesn't work out, you didn't lose anything. Okay. So the early adopters, congratulations for being a part of what we're doing. Thanks so much for joining in. My name is Devish Shrestha. I'm the founder, CEO of StarterSchool.com. We help teenagers learn important tools and technologies that schools are not teaching them. And they're not going to be teaching them for another 5 years. And by that time, guess what? There's going to be new technology that they're falling behind on, right? That's how this works. It's a never-ending game of cat and mouse. So that's why we exist as an organization. If schools were already doing the job that they should be doing, we wouldn't be in business. We would be doing something else. I don't know what that is. That's a different reality. So thanks for joining, guys. I know that this has been eye-opening for you, seeing all the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence. It's going to continue accelerating, right? There's going to be even more cool things that individuals, kids, teenagers, people like you and I can be able to achieve with these new technologies. And my hope is that um, I'm consistently putting out the type of information that your kids need in order to use these um, to the best of their ability. That's my goal. So let's see. Let's see. That is the end of my time here, guys. I'm going to paste my YouTube channel link one more time, as well as the sign up link in case anyone needs it. So here's my YouTube channel. Feel free to subscribe if you so wish to. You don't have to. All right. There's plenty of people more exciting and entertaining than me on YouTube, but if you want to keep up with the journey, go forth, tap on that link, hit subscribe. And then I've pasted the sign up link one more time. You got about 7 minutes until I export the list. I'm going to do it at 9:10 p.m. Central. So, guys, thanks for joining, and we'll see you guys inside of the virtual office. All right. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you in the future. All right. Bye, everyone. Toodles.